live streaming.
I can't hear you.
We are live streaming.
Okay, good. Good morning. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I will call the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee, the public hearing for Thursday, March 10, 2022 to order, live on Zoom and YouTube. I want to welcome everybody. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different folks to hear from today, 3 House Joint Resolutions and 2 Senate Joint Resolutions. Steve, I saw Steve here somewhere. How are you, Steve?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. You're all set and ready to go?
I am all set and ready to go, Senator Duff.
All right, thank you. Would you please raise your right hand? Thank you. And do you promise to swear or affirm to tell us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And if you have an opening statement, feel free to.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for meeting with me this morning. I'm Steve Ellis. I'm a resident of Weston and a longtime resident of the state of Connecticut since the age of 4 when my parents moved to Westport. So co-chairs Duff and Concepcion, vice chairs Looney and Quinn, ranking member Kelly, ranking member Kennedy, and distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. It's my honor to come before you to be confirmed as a member of the Connecticut Lottery Corporation Board of Directors. Having the opportunity to serve our state has been a long-standing interest, and I'd like to thank Governor Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Bysowitz for their consideration for this position. I come to this nomination having an extensive background in finance, as well as serving as the chairman of the Board of Finance in Westport and currently in Weston. My professional career includes a number of years as a partner at Bass Investment Limited Partnership. Working in Greenwich, we managed a large pool of capital for the Equitable Life Insurance Company, making private and public equity investments. I thought one investment might be interesting, which is the investment we made in Friendly ice cream stores. Depending on your age, some of you will remember going to Friendly's for an awful waffle. Others will remember going for a fribble. There's a very interesting background story as to why the name was changed, but we won't take up your time this morning talking about that. I served on Friendly's board for over 10 years. And while it was headquartered and still is headquartered in Wilbraham, Massachusetts, outside of Springfield, Friendly's was in many ways a Connecticut institution. And in my career, I've served on a number of boards of directors, both here in the United States and Australia, across a number of industries. Growing up in Westport, my mother taught me the importance of public service. She was a long-standing member of Westport's RTM, as well as the Registrar of Voters. Once, when I complained about some fiscal issue in Westport, her comment, which anyone who would know my mother would expect, was stop whining and run for the Board of Finance if you want to make a change. One does listen to their mother. I was elected to the Westport Board of Finance, where I served for 10 years, the last 8 of as its chairman. My family and I moved to Weston, where I was elected to Weston's Board of Finance, where I've also served for 10 years and the last 8 as its chairman. Having the responsibility for the fiscal well-being of my community makes one acutely aware of Connecticut's fiscal health as well. Compliments to the governor and the members of the Connecticut House and Senate for managing our state's finances, leading to the robust rainy day fund we all enjoy. However, we're all well aware of the fiscal challenges we are facing even before having to take into consideration the impact of the current events. The Connecticut Lottery, which just celebrated its 50th anniversary, is a key source of income for our state, having generated more than $10 billion in revenues. In fiscal year 21, the lottery achieved revenues of $1.4 billion, returning $418 million to the state's general fund. Performance continues to exceed budget, with over $200 million already transferred to the general fund, which is nearly $19 million ahead of projections. This reflects the leadership of Rob Simmelcare, the chairman of the lottery board, and Greg Smith, the president, and his team. I view my role as a member of the lottery board to offer my expertise and advice, ensure we act with the utmost integrity, as well as ensure our residents play our games responsibly. I take comfort in knowing the Connecticut Lottery received the highest level of responsible gaming standards verification from the North American Association of State and Provincial Lotteries and the National Council on Problem Gambling. The Connecticut Lottery is one of only 6 lotteries to receive this highest achievement. This is an exciting time for the Connecticut Lottery with the successful introduction of sports betting, both online and at retail locations. This augurs well for new sources of income for the state. And with the ability to have 15 retail locations across Connecticut, the ancillary benefits for those communities will be additive to their economies. I thank you and look forward to your questions or comments.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. And Stephen, your reputation down in this neck of the woods is well known and earned, and we appreciate what you do. And you talked a little bit about the Lottery Commission and some of the work that is done. Can you, this is an appointment, not a reappointment. Is that correct?
This is an appointment. That's correct.
Right. So talk a little bit about, if based on where you are, and you briefly touched on it before, but some of the changes that are happening with Lottery Corporation, with iLottery, with the new type of gaming, it is quite a bit of revenue to the state of Connecticut, and how you as a board member might want to see that progress into the future, because there is new revenue streams coming in. There is a fiduciary with the state, I believe, as far as the money coming in and revenue that we would expect. And how do you as a board member want to see that grow over the years, and doing it in a careful way, as any kind of gambling venue that we would expect?
Well, so there's been the longstanding. Is there anyone else, or would you just like me to address Senator Duff?
Yeah, just address it.
Yeah, right. So for the longest period of time, lotteries have been, effectively, for lack of a better way to describe it, go to a retail location and buy some type of gaming card. The extension and the deliberate nature in which the lottery board progressed sports betting was handled quite well, and it's been in it, and I've been on the board only for a couple of months, but it's been rolling out in a very deliberative manner. So the online betting has come first. The retail locations, of which there are 9, and ultimately will be 15, will be in communities that Hartford and Bridgeport in particular, where it will be additive to the community, in addition to additive to the state. And I think that the state or the board will be doing the same with the balance. In terms of the other games, it will be just as deliberate. There's iLottery, there's fantasy sports, all of which are being studied by Greg and his team, and all will be rolled out in a very careful manner. And I can tell you, so since I've joined the board, I'm now on the executive committee and responsible for the audit. And I can tell you that everything that's done internally that I've seen, is as good as I've seen anywhere in any other board, public or private, that I've served on. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I may have some other questions down the line, but I'll hold for now. Maybe some other questions. I'll shoot over to my co-chair, Representative Concepcion, see if he has any questions.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Good morning, Stephen. Congratulations on your nomination. A couple things. One, I will probably take this offline, but I'm very curious on the name change to the Fribble, because that's where I grew up, is the Fribble. So very curious on that, but we can take that offline. But I'm glad you put that as part of your testimony. I did have one question, and just kind of piggybacking a little bit on your written testimony regarding the online gambling, and you mentioned that that you take comfort in the fact that the CT Lottery received the highest level of responsible gambling. We're still getting some emails from concerned residents on online gambling and the effects that it has on addiction to it. So can you just expand a little bit on what you know that the CT lottery is doing to combat some of these particular issues?
Well, they've had a long-standing partnership with the Connecticut Council on Problem Gambling and the State Department of Mental Health. The lottery has contributed about over $3 million, an additional $1 million a year to the state's chronic treatment fund. This is a larger number than the Indian gaming location, the Indian reservation contribute to the state. And if you drive around the state, you can see that the lottery board has spent over $500,000 with either TV or billboards promoting the gaming helpline, addictive gaming helpline. And so, I mean, one of the things that I think you have to, or I have been thinking about is, so if you gamble online, that's somewhat controllable, right? It's online. You have money in an account, and I would hope that the operator would see if someone has exceeded what they think is an acceptable level of taking risk in their account. You can't do that if someone just walks into a retail location, and buys a scratch-off card. Here, through the wonders of technology, you can have greater control over that. I've not explored that, by the way, in discussions, but it just comes to me. Excuse me. It just comes to me in thinking about it in my daily job, and in terms of how you can use technology to control or learn about people's habits.
And I know, I mean, you're recently, you've only been there a couple months. Just curious on what initial reactions that the board might have on the rollout of the Play Sugar House platform for the CT Lotto.
In all candor, I've not been part of those discussions.
Okay. Well, that's all the questions I really had. I congratulate you. Thank you for your interest in serving on the board. Looking forward to supporting your nomination. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, and a big game tonight. So
that's right. Yeah.
On its way to a rematch with Villanova. We'll see how that goes.
Correct. That's correct. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your nomination, Mr. Ezes.
Thank you.
So I just want to follow up on some of the questioning that Chairman Concepcion regarding the online betting. And you said with the gambling, there is some kind of control on it because is there a limit when someone's gambling? Is a limit set up?
Representative Kennedy, I'm not aware of that, but it's something that I would like to discuss with the board. I mean, there's a limit to how much you can gamble because there's only a limit to how much you have in your account. Yeah. But the question is, as we go forward, and online gaming is proliferating across the country. I mean, you can't not, walk around this part of this part of the United States between New York, New Jersey, now Connecticut and elsewhere, and not see, and not see heavy advertising. But we should be able to use technology to understand people's habits.
Oh, and forgive my ignorance. I don't gamble, so I'm kind of like just anytime I've ever been to the casinos, I'm more of like a observer. But I guess my concern with a little bit of it is just knowledge of. I know a lot of the kids between 21 and 25 are really being enticed onto this, and my concern is them getting over their head too quickly without realizing, because it's really easy because it seems like, hey, you can win $25 or put down $25 and win 100 or something of that nature is what I'm understanding of it. So that's why I was asking for clarification, because then in the end, and I commend everything that the lottery has done as far as combating, problem gambling or addiction. But I think it still comes out to that someone has to reach out for that help too. So that was being my other concern. So it seems to be a balance to me of advertising to be able to gamble and iLottery and fantasy sports and blah. But then there's the commercials also you'll see about getting help, gambling anonymous and that type of thing. So there's a balance sort of, but that was just my concerns is with the online gambling, especially that age group of the younger, the 21, where they can start gambling. And then that was where my concern was. So I appreciate you expanding on that. And I congratulate you on your nomination and look forward to supporting you and wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. Are there any other questions at all from members of the committee? Any other questions? I don't see any hands up, virtual or otherwise. Nope, looking around. Okay, Stephen. If there are no further questions, remarks, again, congratulations to you. Before we go, there's one question we ask of each nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might be embarrassing to this committee, the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's see, just look at the agenda real quick. Next, we have Ajay Gupta of New Canaan to be a member of the board of directors of the Connecticut Lottery Commission. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Senator Duff.
Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, you did.
Oh, great, thank you. Okay, would you please raise your right hand? Do you promise, swear, or affirm to tell us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thanks. And if you have an opening statement, feel free to start.
Thank you, Senator Duff. So co-chairs Duff and Concepcion, vice chairs Looney and Quinn, ranking member Kelly, ranking member Kennedy, and distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. It is my honor to stand before you today to be confirmed to serve as a member of the board of directors of the Connecticut Lottery Corporation. First and foremost, I would like to thank Governor Ned Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bezovich for the opportunity to serve our state in this important role. I learned about public service from my father. He worked for state and federal government in India. Following that, he worked for the Commonwealth and United Nations as a constitutional lawyer, and always talked about what we as citizens could do for the community. And that has led me to seek this approval. I've had the privilege of serving on the board of directors for a little over 7 months, although this is a confirmation, not a reappointment. And I've been impressed with the results-oriented functioning of the board and senior management at Connecticut Lottery. I bring to this nomination my experience as a technologist, entrepreneur, and a business leader in Connecticut. I'm the founder and CEO of SDG Corporation, a technology and cybersecurity company incorporated and headquartered in Norwalk since 1993. At SDG, we work with a diverse set of clients to help them with the launch of various digital platforms and cybersecurity initiatives. Many of our clients are subject to regulatory compliance. In response to that need, we created a cyber risk management platform called TrueOps that our clients use to meet their governance and compliance obligations. So I hope to use this experience in technology and regulations and compliance to help grow the business of the lottery, which provides a vital stream of income to our state. In fiscal year 21 alone, as you might be aware, the lottery returned about $418 million to the state's general fund. In the current fiscal year, the lottery has already exceeded its budgeted numbers for this period. Through the end of February, the lottery had already deposited nearly $270 million into the general fund, a little more than $20 million over its budget. In the last year, the lottery has rapidly evolved from primarily in-person cash and paper-driven operation into an online and mobile digital enterprise. The Connecticut Lottery has successfully launched a state-of-the-art sports betting system for mobile, online, and retail channels to offer players in Connecticut a safe, convenient, and unique gaming experience. In addition, the lottery is teamed with Connecticut-based Sport Tech to offer sports betting at 9 of Sport Tech's current OTB locations, including Bobby V's and Winners locations across the state. This evolution provides significantly more opportunities for the lottery to scale, offer more options for responsible gaming and entertainment, increase revenue, and most importantly, increase contributions to the general fund. However, the move to mobile and online also increases the risk from bad actors who seek to exploit any weakness in the lottery's technology platforms. We've seen headlines of cyber attacks on businesses in the past. More recently, cyber attacks on companies that impact our daily lives have become prevalent, such as the attack on Colonial Pipeline when there were long lines at gas stations. Now we must prepare for further cyber aggression as President Biden imposes sanctions on Russia for its attack on Ukraine. Representative Jim Langevin, Democrat from Rhode Island, senior member of the House Armed Services Committee, said he is taking, and I quote, all hands on deck approach, end quote, to prepare for possible cyber retaliation against the US. I don't bring this up to be an alarmist, but more as a pragmatist. The Connecticut Lottery must keep moving forward on its digital journey, but at the same time, it must adopt a prudent and strong risk management posture and strengthen its cyber resilience. We must assume that the Connecticut Lottery, like any business with an online presence, is a target. While nobody can guarantee that the Connecticut Lottery will not be hacked, the question is how we ensure that the lottery systems are as secure as possible and minimize the possibility of a hacker getting through. I take my nomination to this role by Governor Lamont as an opportunity to leverage my experience in technology and cybersecurity to assist the lottery's management with implementing a robust cybersecurity program and protect itself from malicious actors online. I'm confident that the Connecticut Lottery, like the state of Connecticut's bright future ahead, look forward to taking your questions and hearing any ideas and suggestions.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your testimony. Glad to know you have a Norwalk business. That's good news. Where are you located in Norwalk?
North Water Street.
Okay.
Right across from the aquarium.
Oh, okay. I had a feeling you might be over there. That's where a lot of the great businesses are, for sure.
We've been within 1 mile of this location for the last 25 plus years. Yeah.
Yeah, great. And I really, I think having your cybersecurity background is important, especially in the current environment that we're in right now. But even prior to that, when I was on the Energy and Technology Committee and the chair, Connecticut undertook the first cybersecurity assessment for our utilities in the nation. We worked with Art House and others with utility companies, and actually ended up becoming like a national model, and was actually used in training worldwide. Art House had an op-ed in the paper in the Hartford Courant over the weekend, and really good stuff on there as well. And private businesses like yourself is very important as well. So I think you'll bring a lot of good skill sets to the lottery. Excuse me. Just from a standpoint, I would probably bore every other committee member, but I serve on the cybersecurity task force with the National Conference of State Legislatures, and probably you and I can talk about this stuff for hours. I won't do that so that we can continue to move on with things, but it is an extremely important topic these days, and always has been, and I think fascinating as well at the same time. So I think that your nomination at this moment is a good one, and I'm glad you've been on the board already. Do you feel, I guess, that what's in place at the moment, at least from the Lottery Corporation standpoint, is adequate enough? I mean, you never can rest on your laurels with cybersecurity, but are you, from the standpoint of our technology and upgrades, that we're in at least as good a position as we can be?
Yes, and I've gotten from sort of my initial observations of the lottery operations itself, I think they're pretty well managed, well governed. Now, I also am involved with the state cybersecurity office at the executive branch, and speaking to them about tighter collaboration between the lottery and the executive branch. In fact, yesterday I was at Fairfield University with the governor and the state CIO and the chief security officer talking about the importance of cybersecurity, and I was invited there to be present at that meeting. So the state has taken a number of great steps over the last 2 years in strengthening our cybersecurity posture, and I think we're fortunate to have somebody like Governor Lamont, who is not only has a digital vision for the state, but also, sees the importance of cybersecurity along with that. Technology and cybersecurity are sort of like the accelerator, the gas pedal, and the brakes. The technology allows you to go fast, but you need to use the brakes at the right spot so you don't go off. And that's how it has to be balanced. And you can't stop progress because it's dangerous, but you have to make sure that you don't get in trouble. And that's how cybersecurity has to be managed along the technology initiatives. So yeah, I look forward to getting deeper into the controls and the risk management posture that the lottery has, and ensure that it's as good as possible.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, do you have any questions, Representative Concepcion?
Yeah, just quickly, just want to echo your comments on the fact I think this nomination is an ideal nomination with your experience, given everything that the lottery is going through and kind of the transition into more kind of virtual and things on your phone and online and things of that nature. I've dabbled into sports betting here in the state, and it's a little nerve wracking when you're asking when you're putting in your personal information into the system. So knowing that an individual like yourself is on the board that knows the cybersecurity and what the state needs to do it's certainly refreshing and gives us a little bit more confidence in what the state does. So congratulations on your nomination. Just quickly, and I know you've only been there for a few months. I'm wondering if there is a relationship with at least surrounding states that have this type of kind of online gambling and what they're doing on at least the cybersecurity threats, and if there's information that is shared from our colleagues, at least here in the Northeast.
So I know at the executive branch level that happens on a regular basis. There's all of the chief security officers of various states meet on a regular basis. It's almost like a hotline connection. They share threat intelligence. They talk to the federal agencies. They're made aware of potential threats out there and are given tips on how to try to protect the state's assets. At the lottery level, I know from a launch perspective, the Connecticut lottery did collaborate with the other states on a particular area of cybersecurity. I'm not aware how much collaboration has taken place yet.
Well, I appreciate those comments, and again, congratulations on your nomination. I look forward to supporting it, and keep up the great work. Thank you, Chairman Duff.
Thank you,
Commissioner. See, Representative Kennedy, do you have anything?
Just one question, Mr. Chairman, if you will, please. Congratulations, Mr. Gupta, on your appointment. You certainly bring a wealth of knowledge to the committee with your background in cybersecurity, as it's been discussed. But similar question as I asked the previous nominee. I know that the Connecticut Lottery takes very seriously their commitment to marketing games responsibly. And so, and I know you're new, but how do you strike that balance of deterring problem gambling, but also growing revenues for the state of Connecticut?
Right. So I think it's, and you alluded to this earlier. I think it's a combination of, while you're promoting the use of these technologies, the Connecticut Lottery also has to do a very good job of marketing the potential problems that folks can get into, and how to avoid getting into those problems, and what are the signals to look for. So creating an awareness in the industry of the potential pitfalls of online gambling, and gambling of any nature. Online might make it easier perceivably, but I think it also allows us to put controls in, because there is a technology platform, and it's easier to track if somebody is going beyond the guardrails that are considered normal. So there's, Connecticut Lottery has obviously, has spent a lot of money and is devoting a lot of attention to educating the community on responsible gambling. It dedicates over $500,000 a year towards market spend on responsible gambling, including billboards, TVs, radio commercials, towards promoting the Connecticut Council on Problem Gambling hotline, Play Sugar House, the app which supports the sports betting platform. Actually, the app itself offers options for stronger limits, including short-term cool-off periods. So if somebody feels like they're spending too much money or too much time on the gambling platform, they can opt in for a cool-off period, which is anywhere from 72 hours to 30 days, along with spending limits, deposit limits, and time limits for just sort of voluntarily taking a break from the gambling activity. So I think it's a combination of a number of things, and the Connecticut Lottery definitely has a strong focus on responsible gambling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gupta, for your very thoughtful responses and extensive responses. I think you're going to be a great asset to the Lottery Board, and I congratulate you on your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Kennedy.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gupta, for being here with your wealth of knowledge and experience in cybersecurity. I do have a question. Do you still have your business? I missed that in the testimony.
Yes, I do.
And how is it? Do you keep it separate from your professional career in cybersecurity and also working with the lottery and the governor? You keep that separate?
Yes.
I figured you did. I'm sure it could be a conflict, but obviously it's not.
Yeah. So yeah, it's and I'm sort of learning more about those sort of swim lanes and how that operates. Definitely, I have kept myself completely outside of any commercial activity at the lottery. At the state, we're acting as an advisor, and we're working with the chief security officer, which predated my work with the Connecticut Lottery. And we will sort of work with the council and make sure that we stay on the right side of any activities that we're doing.
Thank you. And I appreciate your expertise. We need that. Cybersecurity, like Chairman Duff mentioned, and energy technology. I've served with Senator Duff on that committee, but also public safety 8 to 10 years ago. And that's been a concern of mine for years. And unfortunately, it's coming to provision that that it is an issue. So thank you for your expertise and keep an eye on everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, I would say absolutely working together on that for years, and we're now, thankfully, we tackled that a little bit earlier because as we see, it becomes more and more important every day. Thank you. Any other questions? Let me just check to make sure. Let's see, Representative Yacarino, just put your hand down if you don't mind. But I don't see any other questions. See, okay, before we go, sir, there's one question we ask. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove to be embarrassing to the committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you, you too. And I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is David Korish. How are you? Hey, David.
Hello.
How are you? Long time no see.
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks. All right. Are you all set?
Yes, sir.
All right. Raise your right hand. I think you've done this once or twice before. Do you swear or affirm, promise to tell us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Feel free to give us an opening statement.
Great. Thank you very much. Co-Chair Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Vice Chair Looney, Vice Chair Quinn, and Ranking Members Kelly and Kennedy, and other members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to express my interest in continuing to volunteer on the Port Authority Board as an appointee of Governor Lamont. In my introductory comments today, I'm going to try and achieve 4 things. First and foremost, I want you all to clearly understand why I'm before you seeking this reappointment, I should say. Second, I want to remind you of the brief history of how I became involved in the Port Authority following the controversies of 2019. Third, I want to provide you with a snapshot of the improvements that we've made during my tenure these last years. And fourth, I want to provide you some brief comments on what I see ahead of us. So first, why am I seeking this reappointment? And frankly, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a question I've repeatedly asked myself, given how much time and energy I know full well that it will take. If for no other reason, I'm here before you because the governor asked. And I believe strongly that if your elected official sees a way in which you can add value to the future of your community, you rise to that call. Thankfully, I also wholeheartedly believe in the mission of the Port Authority. And I think I'm uniquely positioned because of both my background, but also my direct experience these last several years to continue to position the state's coastal infrastructure to foster economic development. Additionally, I'm just really excited about where the Port Authority is and in particular will be in 2023 because of the work we're doing today. And I want to be part of that future. Second, just a very brief history for those of you who may not recall. I joined the Port Authority Board in early 2019 as an ex officio designee of the DECD Commissioner in my capacity as Deputy Commissioner. Several months later, in June of 2019, I was voted Vice Chair of the Board by my peers. And then unexpectedly, in July of 2019, I was thrust into the role of acting chair and tasked by the governor to oversee reform in an organization without the benefit of an executive director and in the midst of controversy and public scrutiny. For the remainder of 2019, I worked closely with my colleagues on the board, Port Authority staff, and the Office of Policy and Management through an MOU with them to commission or participate in several concurrent outside audits, looking to better understand any and all of the policy and financial shortcomings of the Port Authority at that time. In January of 2020, I resigned from my role as Deputy Commissioner to take a job outside state government. I was appointed to the Port Authority by the governor and confirmed by the General Assembly, and I was formally elected board chair. For the last 2 years, as a volunteer, I've dedicated substantial time and energy to advancing the governor's objectives to rebuild public trust in the Port Authority while advancing its mission. Third, I want to give you a snapshot of just some of the improvements that we've made over the last 2.5 years. With significant work by the Port Authority and OPM, outside consultants, and most importantly, my fellow volunteers on the board's completely overhauled our policies and procedures to address the shortfalls identified in those audits I referenced earlier. We've eliminated the backlog of FOIA requests. We've brought the board into compliance on ethics training and FOIA training. We've established new standing committees of the board covering human resources and audit compliance and governance, in addition to our legacy committee on finance, and each have co-chairs, including both ex officio and private board members. We've kept the date and time of our board and committee meetings consistent so that the public expectations for participation are effectively met. In short, along with many other actions that I'm not going to go into in these introductory statements, we've put in the hard work to bring the Port Authority up to a state of good repair consistent with your expectations of us. And finally, fourth, I want to share a bit about what I'm excited for the coming years. We have once-in-a-generation capital improvements underway or planned for all 3 of our deepwater ports. And once completed, those will position Bridgeport, New Haven, and New London to anchor economic opportunities that are just becoming visible on the horizon today. With our 3rd round of the Small Harbor Infrastructure Improvement Program projects being solicited this spring and future grant years to come, the working harbors of the Sound and our rivers will continue to be improved to meet the needs of our diverse communities. Revenue from the revitalized Port of New London will put the authority on a path of fiscal stability long into the future, enabling new programs and initiatives that are yet to be designed. And while this may seem like a relatively small thing, since the legislature placed us within the purview of the State Contracting Standards Board in July of 2021, we've been working with them to update our procurement policies to comply with these new requirements. And I look forward to a time in the not too distant future when the Port Authority is viewed as a model for others in the state to look to. I hope this brief statement that focused on the activities of the board during my tenure was helpful in understanding why I'm here before you seeking reappointment today. And I look forward to any questions that you might have.
Great, David, thank you. And we appreciate the kind of detail in your statement about your role on the Port Authority and kind of the steps that have been taken since then. What are some of the, you talked about, I think it's Bridgeport, what were the other 2? Did you say New Haven?
New Haven and New London.
New London, okay. All 3 very important communities, obviously, in different ways with regard to ports and economic activity. One of the focuses that's always been important to me are some of the smaller ports because there's certainly economic activity there, and I'll be a little parochial here in Norwalk, and we have a huge oyster business, and oyster businesses here, but it's a relatively small port, so it's not a lot of importing. It's more of farming. Tell me a little bit about what the Port Authority is doing on some of our smaller ports, as well as our larger ports too.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question, Senator. So certainly there's ongoing outreach on behalf of staff where we work with the harbor commissions and the harbor masters throughout the state to better understand what the issues are, what the opportunities are, and provide any technical or advisory support that we can. And then our most important program for the working harbors is called SHIP. It's the Small Harbor Improvement Project Program, which is a grant program generously funded by the General Assembly through the last several budgets at $5 million per year. We've completed 2 rounds of those grants, benefiting about a dozen communities, and we'll be announcing a 3rd round of grant opportunities this spring. And so that, and we have visibility on that out in the future years as well. So that is a recurring opportunity that includes things like dock upgrades, modest dredging, boat ramp improvements, the smaller day-to-day projects that are integral to both the smaller commercial sector that you described, but also the pleasure crafts that are so important across the state.
Right. Thank you. And then can you talk a little bit about dredging and that, because that has been a kind of a bee's nest for a long time with regard to where you put sediment and fights among states and the federal government, and how that plays into some of the work you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you're all well aware, there's an ongoing disagreement between the states of Connecticut and New York related to the Eastern Long Island Sound disposal area, which has caused us to be a little bit more creative. I think the most important thing that I can say is that there's ongoing conversations between the Port Authority and DEEP and members of the federal delegation around some potential alternatives. We're trying to be proactive to find new measures, whether it's alternative disposal areas or, ideally upland beneficial reuse opportunities. There are many ways in which the sediment and dredge material can be fodder for new projects and new opportunities for brownfield remediation and capping, et cetera. So we're trying to be proactive and creative. And then with the big harbors, those typically involve the construction of what's called a CAD cell, which is a disposal cell within those harbors. And New Haven dredge is now fully funded through the Army Corps and is in design development right now. And Bridgeport is in the planning stage, and we expect that would be completed in short order a couple years after New Haven.
Yeah, it's take time. They definitely take time when you dredge. It's a very long process and an expensive process. Last question I have for you is on those 3 big harbors and ports you talked about. What is the vision, I guess? New London, we know. What is the vision, I guess, for New Haven and Bridgeport economically? And do you have a sense of kind of job creation that might be there?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll just touch on New London briefly, just so everyone's aware. We're involved in the reconstruction of the port right now, which will include heavy lift capacity, which will dramatically expand the range of cargoes and the upland storage that it can afford in the future. And we have a near-term opportunity with offshore wind, where we expect there to be, well over 100 jobs, potentially in the hundreds, and a manufacturing pipeline related to that industry for decades to come. New Haven is a diverse cargo operation with bulk goods, with petroleum, et cetera. They're seeing record traffic this year, not surprisingly, and so the dredge is crucially important to them in the near term. But we see, just in continued expansion of the types of activities we see there today. Bridgeport is a little bit of a different story and frankly, more of a hybrid. There's not a lot of activity there right now, particularly with the closing of the coal plant. We don't see really any goods coming into Bridgeport Harbor or going out. But in the midterm, we see both a wind opportunity as well as some more traditional cargo. And so, I guess if I could sort of just summarize it in the near term, we see New London being predominantly wind, but other opportunities there as well. New Haven being predominantly other types of cargo, bulk goods and petroleum, and that expanding significantly. And then Bridgeport being kind of somewhere in between with a mixture of the two.
Yeah, thank you. And I imagine climate change also has something that will be a factor in dredging and keeping the ports moving and accessible, and it has something that we have to keep an eye on for sure, because it's probably going to require more work than it has been in the past.
Absolutely. Bolstering those facilities, New London is being modestly raised. It's very difficult to raise these facilities, of course, completely out of the floodplain, but we're doing some modest raising in New London, and we're going to be having to think strategically with DEEP and with Circa over the coming years around those targeted opportunities so that these coastal lands can continue to be economic drivers of the state. And we don't want to be in a situation where our only option is retreat.
Great. Thank you, David. I'm all set. Mr. Chairman, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chairman Duff. No questions, just a quick comment. David, thank you so much for your willingness to continue to serve. It's incredible the amount of work that you've already done in 3 short years, and where the Port Authority is now compared to where it was in 2019. So, I represent a district that isn't a port city, but I am absolutely fascinated with the work that the Port Authority does, and certainly am conscious of the impact that the port districts and the Port Authority has here on the state of Connecticut. So thank you so much again for your willingness. I know how busy you are down in Stanford. Again, thank you. I'm so happy that you agreed to continue to serve, and look forward to supporting your nomination.
Great. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Chairman Duff.
Thank you, sir. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. And first, Mr. Korish, I just want to apologize. I took my eyes off of your testimony for a minute. I'm at work, so I was just
Totally
double doing.
Totally.
But I do want to really thank you for your enthusiasm and continuing to volunteer in a very important role. You provided a great deal of information I took a lot of notes on, and a lot of information I wasn't aware of. And you talked about the dredging. Our little Milford Harbor is a dredging project coming up, which we're excited about. So, and as you mentioned, the sediment and trying to put it somewhere else. It's too bad we couldn't fill in somewhere, but someday, as you said, we're going to get it all together with DEEP and make that all work. But again, I just want to congratulate you on your reappointment, and thank you again for all of your hard work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you very much. I thank you for your comments. Any other comments for David at all? Any other comments for David? Okay, we'll give you the question. Let's see, wrong page. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove to be embarrassing to the committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
Besides my time on the Port Authority, no.
Thanks. And you've been asked that question a few times, so it's really just over the last year or two, I guess. But thank you again for your testimony and for your willingness to serve. Congratulations.
Great. Thank you all very much.
You're very welcome. Okay, thank you. Next, we have Natalie Bandura of Westport to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education. We're now in Senate Joint Resolutions. Hi, Natalie. How are you?
Hello.
Don't mind if my phone's just ringing here. No spam calls. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you promise, swear, affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, great. Thank you. If you have an opening statement, feel free to provide it now. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Quinn, Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Natalie Bandura, and it is an honor and a privilege to have been nominated to be a student board member by Governor Lamont. My sincere thanks to this committee for the opportunity to appear before you to speak to my desire to serve on the Board of Regents for higher education. I'm a senior at Staples High School in Westport, Connecticut, and a daughter of immigrants. I knew very little English upon entering kindergarten, and looking back, I never would have expected to have the chance to serve on a state board and to stand in front of all of you today, or be here on the Zoom meeting in front of all of you today. I certainly couldn't have gotten here today without the support of my parents, teachers, and friends who have guided me and encouraged me along every step of my journey. As editor-in-chief of my school newspaper, Inklings, I have reported on many school board and state board decisions, which has made me especially interested in being a part of this board. Throughout my time in high school, I have also dedicated after-school hours to mentoring elementary school students in underserved areas and forming connections between high school tutors and elementary school students in need of some extra guidance. I applied for this position with the hopes of helping to promote educational equity. And while that is a task that can never truly be finished, I admire the work that I have seen the board do thus far to promote diversity and equity in Connecticut schools. I also admire the way our board meetings never shy away from difficult discussions, but tackle them head on with input from around the table. As a member of the board, I also had the unique opportunity to be involved as a student ambassador of Connecticut's novel Voice for Change initiative that apportioned $1.5 million in ARP ESSER funds to proposals designed and campaigned for by high school students. I have seen firsthand how well received this initiative has been and the ways it excites students about improving their schools and about political participation. I hope to be able to serve on this board because throughout my service thus far, I have never been afraid to speak up and contribute to board discussions, whether by asking a clarifying question, voicing a relevant Inkling survey result, highlighting student opinions or concerns I have heard about the topic at hand, or offering a suggestion. Throughout my work on Voice for Change, I have publicized the initiative to students and administrators, participated in a roundtable discussion alongside the governor, delivered an opening speech for a Voice for Change event in my school, discussed the initiative with reporters, and spoken about it in an Instagram Live discussion with Senator Lowell Haskell. Students bring an important voice to this board, and I like to think that I am eager and equipped to help represent the student perspective. I would like to sincerely thank all of the members of this committee for making time to hear me speak today, and for giving high school students a chance to take part in a governmental body. Thank you all.
Great, thank you for your testimony. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your willingness to get involved on the State Board of Education. I think you'll bring a lot of good experience and a great perspective. Did you say you were a junior or senior in high school?
I'm a senior at high school.
Senior, okay. Do you have plans for next year yet?
Not yet. Not sure
Nothing
yet.
Nothing to announce to the world yet?
No.
All right, well, thank you. Have you been to any meetings yet?
Yeah, I've been to monthly meetings starting in September.
Yeah, okay. And so from your standpoint, what do you think are some of the biggest needs from a student perspective that the State Board of Education should be tackling right now? Kind of as hopefully we wind out of this pandemic, what are some things that you think from your perspective might be helpful to students across the state?
I mean, more like, I guess, involvement. I guess Voice for Change is a really good starting point with that, like more involvement in the decisions that are being made. Not just from me or shop, but from all students. Like for me to speak on what every student needs is kind of like at the moment, like a lot, like it's better for students to kind of all be able to weigh in on the decisions that are being made, affecting them. I guess a focus on equity, like I've seen a lot of that. There's been some great initiatives like for students, for teachers, for
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for your willingness to serve, as I said, and congratulations on your nomination. Mr. Chairman, you have any questions?
Thank you, Chairman Duff. No questions, just again, quick comments, just congratulations on your nomination. This is a great opportunity for you. And I will just bring up something you wrote in your testimony, which is students bring an important voice to the board. And I can't echo that enough. You're absolutely correct on it. And you don't seem like the type of person that will be reserved during these meetings. And I hope you won't. I hope you will voice your opinions because they do matter. And so continue to be that voice for the students here in the state of Connecticut, because the decisions made by the Board of Education obviously affects all, and they need individuals like yourself to kind of lead that charge. So congratulations. Look forward to supporting your nomination, Natalie. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Representative Kennedy, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment, if I may. I'll be quick. Natalie, congratulations. I think you're going to bring a lot of enthusiasm and passion to the board. You probably already have, and keep speaking up for all students. You're doing a great job. Congratulations. Good luck with the rest of your senior year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Any other questions? All right. Well, knock them dead, and we'll ask you the question we ask everybody else. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove to be embarrassing to the community, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
You too. Okay. On to our last nominee today, Rishab Bandari. I hope I said that correctly, of Wilton, to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education. Are you here, sir?
Yep.
Okay. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yeah, Rishab Bandari. Yeah.
Rishab Bandari. Thank you. Okay. Would you raise your right hand, please? You promise, swear, affirm to tell us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you. If you have an opening statement, feel free to make it.
All right. Good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Quinn, Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Rishab Bandari, and it is an honor and privilege to be nominated as a student representative on the Connecticut State Board of Education by Governor Lamont. My sincere thanks to this committee for the opportunity to appear before you and speak to my desire to serve on the State Board of Education as a student member. I have lived in Wilton, Connecticut since I was in first grade, and I'm currently a senior attending Wilton High School, where I will graduate from this June. Next year, I plan to major in aerospace engineering and minor in computer science. Throughout my 4 years in high school, I've been involved in many aspects of my school community, from creating and leading clubs to sports and competitions. I also work to break down barriers in my community by helping to organize cultural outreach events like Guru Vandana, where we host an event to honor our teachers in a traditional Indian way, or Raksha Bandhan, where we tie a bracelet to the hand of firemen, police and EMS personnel to express our gratitude for their amazing work, especially in these tumultuous times. I believe education is a sacrosanct pillar of society, and it has always been an important aspect of my life. Because of the struggles my parents endured and the sacrifices they've made for my education, I've always been involved in charity work and fundraising for educational organizations such as Ekal Vidyalaya. Ekal is a nonprofit organization that I, along with a great team of my friends, have raised awareness and thousands of dollars for. It specializes in building schools in rural parts of South Asia to bring education to millions of underprivileged students. By visiting these schools, that we helped create and learning from the experiences of the students on the ground in India and Nepal, I've come to understand the value of education at a much deeper and personal level. It has given me the drive to want to make my school better and work to help my peers and I utilize our resources to their full potential. After this experience, I began to look at my school and other schools around me through a different lens and see issues that could easily be fixed if brought to the attention of the right people. And this is why I applied for the position last year, to bring attention to the fixable issues that our schools face right now and to help find solutions to them. So far, as a board member, I've continually expressed my ideas, which I believe will have a lasting impact on the students of Connecticut. I have recommended changes to the way the Department of Education encourages students to take higher level courses and how information about programs like free AP testing is disseminated. I also work to encourage my peers and to inform students all around the state about the Voice for Change initiative that Natalie talked about. Education and teaching are fundamental and integral parts of my life. I tutor students, teach Taekwondo, and I plan to pursue a high level of post-secondary education myself. Becoming a member of the State Board of Education has helped me expand my knowledge and express my ideas to improve the educational system that I'm a part of, and I hope to continue this work. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak before you today, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you so much. Did you say you've been attending meetings since September as well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Any announcements as to where you're heading in the fall?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just keep the secret.
still deciding.
I know. I still, oh, okay. Yeah, it's true. It's not, you haven't had to make that decision quite yet, but we wish you good luck on that.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your testimony and all the work that you both have done so far in your young lives and the change that you are going to make going forward. I just want to ask kind of a similar question I did before, which is, you know, based on where you are, kind of hopefully as we wind our way out of this pandemic, do you see, you know, things that from your standpoint you would, as a voice of students, that you would recommend to the Board of Ed and how we kind of manage ourselves hopefully post-COVID, we'll say, but hopefully post-COVID?
Yeah, one of the things that I've been like that I had issue with like when I applied was the state has many like programs like such as the one I mentioned about free AP testing for certain students, right, around the district and certain communities. And a lot of that information is lost in the huge jumble of information that goes out to parents. So one of the things that I've recommended and will continue to push for is smoother communication with that goes directly to parents about the multitude of programs that the state already offers, and especially the post-pandemic programs that we've started. So just getting that information out to parents in an efficient manner to the people who actually need it, I think that would have a huge impact on the state of Connecticut.
Okay, well, good. You know, whatever. I think from your perspective, it's not for us to say what you should or shouldn't be focused on. I think from your perspective, you got to use your voice, and it's an important one to make sure that the board is focused on things as you see it in the schools. So thank you, and thank you for your willingness to serve. And make sure wherever you go, you come back to Connecticut because we got great things for you here. For sure over the long term. Representative Concepcion.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. And again, no questions, just a quick comment if I can. Just congratulations on your nomination. You know, it's what you've already done in your young life is admirable. And I just hope you continue that trajectory. And as Chairman Duff mentioned, your voice is critical in on the board, so make sure that you continue to voice your opinions, continue to voice what the students are saying, what they need, because you're the ones on the ground. So continue to do that, and I appreciate your willingness again to serve and take some time to give back to the state of Connecticut. Congratulations. Thank you, Chairman Duff.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, congratulations, Rashi. I just want to commend you on the amount of charity work and fundraising work that you do. And I'm most impressed when you're reading your testimony, the tradition, the Indian way, the bracelet that you brought to your town. I think that's way cool. So cool. I guess that's the only way I'm going to be able to put it today, but I wish you the best of luck the rest of your senior year and whatever decisions you make for your furthering your education. I think you're going to do outstanding. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions by any other members of the committee? Any questions by members of the committee? Not seeing any. Okay, so we'll ask you the question. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove to be embarrassing to the committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Have a great day. Okay, Madam Clerk, that ends, I will end our public hearing. If we could now give me we can begin with the committee meeting. Just tell me when we're all set to go with that.
Ready.
We're good?
Yep.
Okay, great. So we'll call the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee to order to vote on the resolutions for the public hearing we just heard. Mr. Chair, is there any comments that you might have?
No comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Moving on to our agenda items, we have our House joint resolutions for review. These are all joint resolutions, so anybody can nominate or second. First one is Stephen Ezzies of Weston to be a member of the Board of Directors to the Connecticut Lottery Corporation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved
Second.
by Representative Concepcion, seconded by Representative Godfrey. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Quinn, Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Would you do that one more time, sir?
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Senator Formica, Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Moore, Representative Perillo.
Perillo votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Summers,
To whether or not to make those decisions.
Representative Yacarino, Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Thank you. That's your roll.
Thank you. We'll keep the votes open till 3 o'clock today. Next is Ajay Gupta of New Canaan to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Lottery Corporation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved by
Second, Mr.
Representative
Chair.
Vargas, second by Representative Kennedy. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Quinn, Representative Quinn,
I think he's frozen.
I'll come back.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
I could hear you as a robot, sir, but I can't see your face. Would you try again?
Representative Quinn votes yes.
I think we'll have to come back to you, sir. Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Senator Formica, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
I heard you, sir, but I still cannot see you on camera. I'll come back to you, Representative Quinn. Oh, I can see you on camera now. I'll come back to you, Representative Quinn. Senator Kushner, Senator Moore, Representative Perillo.
Perillo votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Summers, Representative Yacarino, Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll have David Korish of Stanford to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority. Is there a
So
motion?
moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second by Representative Vargas. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Quinn, Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Senator Formica, Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Moore, Representative Perillo,
Perillo votes yes.
Senator Summers, Representative Yacarino, Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is the Senate joint resolutions. The first one is Natalie Bandura of Westport to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Seconded by Representative Vargas. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Quinn, Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Senator Formica, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Moore, Representative Perillo.
Perillo votes yes.
Too quick, sir. One more time.
Perillo votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Summers, Representative Yacarino, Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and last but not least, we have Rashad Bandari of Wilton to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second,
By
Second, Mr. Chair.
Representative Kennedy and Representative Vargas. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Quinn, Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Senator Formica, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Hartley.
Senator Hartley votes yes.
Would you do that one more time, ma'am? I don't have your face on camera.
Senator Hartley votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kushner, Senator Moore, Representative Perillo,
Perillo votes yes.
Senator Summers, Representative Yacarino, Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. That concludes our voting for now. Again, we'll leave the votes open until 3 o'clock. Madam Clerk, I believe we have a meeting on Tuesday of next week.
Correct, Tuesday and Thursday.
Tuesday of next week. All right, the work continues and we are recessed till, and we will see you all next week on Tuesday. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day, everybody. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Wendy,
Senator
did I miss,
Hartley. Oh, excuse me, sir?
did I miss any votes? I'm not sure.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hartley, would you like to vote on the ones
Yes.
you missed?
Please, my apologies, running back and forth.
No worries. The first is Stephen Ezzies of Weston to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut State Lottery.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Second, Ajay Gupta of New Canaan to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut State Lottery.
Hartley in the affirmative.
David Korish of Stanford to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority.
Hartley in the affirmative.
Natalie Bandura of Westport to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
And did you make the very last one? Yes, and you got the last one. That was the other
Got the
student.
last one. Okay, thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much, madam.
Anytime.
Be well.
Take care.
Okay, good day.
Wendy?
All right. Sorry about that. I was at a workers' comp hearing and where we were sitting is in the middle of the building, so I don't think it was picking up a good signal.
Yeah, you're probably surrounded by too much concrete or something.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Okay, I have for you Stephen Esses of Weston to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut State Lottery.
I vote yes.
Okay, Ajay Gupta of New Canaan to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut State Lottery.
I vote yes.
David Korish of Stanford to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut Port Authority.
I vote yes.
Natalie Bandura of Westport to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
I vote yes.
And Rashad Bandari of Wilton to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
And I vote yes.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you were
Thanks,
able to
Wendy.
get
I
on.
appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right. Yep. Bye.
Take care. Hi, Marty.
Hi, Wendy, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Oh, good. I want to cast my votes for today's meeting.
Okay.
They're all joint resolutions, huh?
Yep. I
Right.
have Stephen Ezzies of Weston to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut State Lottery.
Thanks. Senator Looney votes yes.
Ajay Gupta of New Canaan to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut State Lottery.
Senator Looney votes yes. So I'm placing my bet on both of them.
Ha ha ha. David Korish of Stanford to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut Port Authority.
Senator Looney votes yes.
Natalie Bandura of Westport to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Senator Looney votes yes.
And last, Rishab Bandari of Wilton to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Senator Looney votes yes.
Thank you very much. All set with me
Okay, so we
today.
have, do we have 2 meetings next week or just one? We have one on the 15th.
2.
Oh, there's one on the 17th also? Okay.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
consider the next week, both days as well.
Both days the following week. Okay.
Yeah, there are at least 25 more to go.
I see. All right.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Thanks, Wendy.
Thank you. Take care.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi.
Just finished my my committee meeting in labor. I know, it was really.
All right. Hang on one second. I have Stephen Ezzies of Weston to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut State Lottery.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Ajay Gupta of New Canaan to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut State Lottery.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
David Korish of Stanford to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Port Authority.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Natalie Bandura of Westport to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
And Rishab Bandari of Wilton to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
That's it.
Thank you so much. Hi, Heather. How are you? See you later.
Running through a million meetings, huh?
Me too, yes.
Hi, Senator Summers.
Hi.
Okay, Stephen Ezzies of Wilton to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut State Lottery.
Summers votes yes.
Ajay Gupta of New Canaan to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut State Lottery.
Summers votes yes.
David Korish of Stanford to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority.
Did he come today to, or so he's still up, but he didn't come today?
He did come today.
Oh, I thought I got a notice saying he wasn't coming today.
Yep, everybody came today.
Can you tell me how Paul Formica voted on that?
He did not vote yet. Everybody has voted in the affirmative so far.
Okay, I'm gonna pass on that and come back and vote in a little bit because we have some problems with the Port Authority and I want to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay, I'm just gonna put a pass, 1 sec.
Okay.
Okay. Natalie Bandura of Westport to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Summers votes yes.
And Rishab Bandari of Wilton to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Summers votes yes. I'm just going to tell Paul too that he did come.
No worries. Just
he didn't. So let me just get back to you on that. There's
not a problem. I'm
a few
here.
questions I wanted to ask that I want to see if Paul has the answers to. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
No problem. I'll be here. Hi, Senator.
Hi, Wendy.
How
Can
are
you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have just a few for you today. Stephen Ezzies of Weston to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut State Lottery.
Yes.
Ajay Gupta of New Canaan to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut State Lottery.
Yes.
David Korish of Stanford to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Connecticut Port Authority.
I really wanted to be there for that testimony. Yes. I'm sorry. I wasn't there.
Senator Summers is passed so that she could speak to Senator Formica. I don't know if you want to pass and look into it or.
She passed.
Yes, because she wanted to speak with Senator Formica.
Oh, and
And
Senator
open
Duff?
to- Senator Duff voted yes.
I'm a yes.
Okay. Natalie Bandura of Westport to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Rishab Bandari of Wilton to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all for today.
Thank you, Wendy. Take care.
You too, ma'am.
Hi, Wendy, you there? Wendy?
Sarah Famico will be back shortly.
Hello?
Hi, Senator.
Who did we have today?
Yep. Stephen Estes of Weston to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut State Lottery.
I vote yes.
Ajay Gupta of New Canaan to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut State Lottery.
I vote yes.
David Korish of Stanford to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority.
He was on there today. I misread a letter an email he sent saying he couldn't attend the meeting today, so.
That's why Senator Summers said as well, that I had nothing, I never got a letter that said that, and I've never had the impression he was not coming. She passed on this.
Was he questioned by anybody?
I'm sorry, something just made a noise. What did you say, sir?
Was he questioned by people in the?
I always take notes. Hold on one second. Not a ton, more about what was happening in the deep water ports, as far as what was happening in New London, New Haven, and Bridgeport, like what kind of ports they would be, versus he mentioned like 2019 and just breezed over, and there was no question sort of in depth, if that's what you mean.
Okay. All right, I'll vote yes.
And then we have two students, Natalie Bandura of Westport to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education. Rashab Bandari of Wilton to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education. And that's it for today. There'll be a meeting on Thursday, next week, both days, and pardon?
Say Tuesday and Thursday?
This
Or just
Thursday, next Tuesday and Thursday, and probably the following week. We have at least 25 more to do.
I gotta try to get votes to you on that.
Okay.
Do we have that agenda ready yet, or?
Which one, Thursday?
You said today is Thursday, right?
Oh, yes. Tuesday and Thursday through the end of the month. Tuesday, I will post that hopefully by the end of the day today. Okay. Thank you, sir. Bye. Hi, Senator.
Hi, I am going to cast my vote and
That's to David Korish, right?
yes, I had a little time to catch up on a few things and I'm going to cast a no vote.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. See you soon. Are you back? You back, Senator?
Oh, I got it. I'm sorry. I was on mute. Can you hear me at all?
Dead iPod. See if these work at all. Can
What's
you hear
that?
me at all, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes. Can you hear me?
My earbuds are dead, and so I'm trying to charge them very quickly.
Oh, okay.
So if you give me just a second.
All right.
I don't have another pair. Can you bear with me a second?
Yeah, sure. You want me to?
Let's try this again. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, too quick. Quick.
Okay.
All right.
I want to change David Korish to no.
Okay, not a problem. Doing it right this second before my stinking AirPods die again. Okay, it is done.
Okay, thanks,
Thank
Wendy.
you
I
for your
appreciate it.
patience.
Sorry for the trouble.
Oh, no. I'm glad I was able to do it. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye now.
Hi, Wendy. It's Dave. Wendy? It's not there. Hope that's not too late. Shoot.
Everybody's doing it. It's the cool thing to do. So tomorrow morning, if you tickets to go see Leonard Skinner with the Outlaw coming to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. That show was announced on Monday. Phil's got Papa Roach tickets with my son, and I'll be opening up the ticket window to go see Wolfie Van Halen at Toad's Place. I'll do that at 5:30.
Oh, Wendy, hi. Hi. I was on most of the meeting. I had to leave. Was on most of the meeting. I had to leave, and now I almost forgot to vote. Could you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I could.
I can't hear you. So just 1 second. I have to link my AirPods.
Sure.
Can you hear? Let's see. Can you hear me?
I could.
Okay, I can hear you now too. So let me just get back into this meeting. Okay, ready to take your votes. We have Stephen Esses.
Yeah, I was a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, I already got that one. Ajay Gupta to be a member of the board of directors for the Connecticut Lottery.
Yes.
David Korish of Stanford to be a member of the board of directors for the Connecticut Port Authority.
Yep.
Natalie Bandura of Westport to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yeah, that was the last person I listened to, and then I had to leave. Yep.
Okay, and then the last one was Rishab Bandari of Wilton to be a non-voting student member of the Board of Education.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for everything.
All set.
See you next week. Bye.
Bye.